Our judge for today is Sarah Kuykendall. Sarah is from Richland Center, Wisconsin. She graduated with a BS in Animal Science from UConn, where she also served as the university's shepherd. She has a custom fitting and showing business with her husband Kevin, and she also works on websites and marketing at Novel Design. Sarah grew up in Maine and has shown sheep since her 4-H days. She now has Monadales, Cheviots, and Natural Coloreds on their farm in Wisconsin. Let's welcome Sarah Kuykendall to the Big E. We are now ready for Lincoln White Division Yearling Rams. White Yearling Rams to the ring, please. Lincoln exhibitors, if you have not already picked up your memento of your national show, those mementos sponsored by Deb Vanderwind of Delaware, they are right up here at the edge of the show ring desk. We encourage you to come and pick one up.
Well, I got a nice pair of yearling bucks here to start the White Lincoln show with. The ram I'm starting with up there in the end, he's quite a bit thicker when you get your hands on him down over his top. Travels on a really nice set of feet and legs. Both rams have really nice fleeces on them. The ran in second. Again, not quite as nice when you get your hands on him down over his top. Not quite as good a hipped as the ram ahead of him, but a nice class of bucks.
Now ready for our senior ram lamb single entry. Placing on the yearling ram class, first place goes to entry 1547, Heritage Hill Y24, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighing 271 pounds. Second place to 1546. Locust Grove 1165. Bradford. Deborah Vanderwind. Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 233.
Just the one fall ram lamb you've got to admire for his structural correctness and his size, and we'll see him out here with some more competition for the champion drive.
Next class will be senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place went to entry 1548, Wind Valley 2320, Brent Cassavant. Oakham, Massachusetts, that ram weighing 193.
Pretty easy decision here in my mind for your senior champion. We're going to use the two yearling rams there. Really a nice pair of bucks. Not a whole lot wrong with either one of them. Congratulations.
Open show senior champion white ram goes to 1547. First in the yearling ram class, Heritage Hill Y24, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve senior champion to 1546, our second place yearling ram, Locust Grove 1165, Bradford, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs. The Lincoln is an English breed considered to be one of the world's largest breeds of sheep. Its fleece is the heaviest, longest, stapled, and most lustrous of any breed in the world. Lincolns were first brought to the United States in the 1800s, where they contributed to the development of several commercially important breeds developed here in the United States, including the Columbia and the Targhee. The present-day Lincoln is said to be the result of crossing the Leicester and the coarse native sheep of Lincolnshire. The result was an improved carcass and higher wool quality. The first Lincolns imported into the United States were at the close of the 18th century. The fleece of the Lincoln is carried in long locks and heavy locks that are often twisted into a spiral near the ends. Their wool is the coarsest of the long-wooled breeds, but although coarse and somewhat hair-like, the fleece does have considerable luster. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association started in 1891, and by 1900 there were 150 members. The association amended their bylaws to allow for registration of natural colored Lincolns in 1984.
Again, another nice class of white Lincolns out here this afternoon. I think the buck that wins the class wins fairly easily. You sure appreciate him when you get your hands on him. Really good down his top, really thick down his top. Buck that's got a nice fleece on him, nice head, good on his feet and legs. My closest placing here is second and third, and you could swap him if you wanted. The buck in second, I think he's a little longer sided. I think he's a little nicer on his feet and legs than the buck in third. I would like to see him with some more thickness when you get your hands on him and some more spring of rib. The ram in third does have that. He's a little thicker when you get your hands on him. I like the spring of rib on him more. He's a little shorter sided, maybe not quite as good on his feet and legs as the buck in second. Then we got the two bucks here in fourth and fifth. Just not the quality as the rams above him. This buck in fourth, I'd like to maybe change his fleece a little bit. And then the next lamb in class, just not the size and scale as the rest.
Next class will be Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 1550, Heritage Hill Y61 Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighed 152. Second place to entry 1551, Heritage Hill Y53 Jim Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighing 144. Third to 1554, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 158. Fourth place to 1552, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. And 5 to entry 1553, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware.
really close placings all the way through in this buck lamb class. Lamb I'm starting with, you really appreciate him the most when you get your hands on him. Beautiful down his top, beautiful fleece on the buck, very consistent. Really like the locks and the luster in that fleece. Correct on his feet and legs. I think just a little bit more to him, a little bit more springer rib than the buck we've got in second. He might be a little bit younger right now, doesn't handle quite as nice when you get your hands on him, but another really complete, pretty kind of a ram in second. Kind of the same thing with the buck in third. He's again, doesn't handle quite as good when you get your hands on him, not quite as long as the two bucks ahead of him. Another nice fleeced buck. Next thing with the buck in fourth here again, he's just not quite the quality, quite the size and scale, quite the quality of fleece as the three bucks ahead of him, but a real nice class from top to bottom.
Next class will be pair of ram lambs. Placing on the junior ram lamb class for our White Lincoln show, first place goes to 1557 Locust Grove, 1241 Daly. Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 165. Second place to entry 1558 Heritage Hill Y44 Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, 131-pound ram. Third, 1556, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighs 134. And fourth place to 1555, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place to Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for open show junior champion and reserve junior champion white ram. For our open show, The junior champion goes to entry 1550 out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Heritage Hill Y61, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve junior champion to 1557 out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Locust Grove 1241, Dally, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Now showing for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion White Ram. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association does offer the award for the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Open Show Grand Champion White Ram goes to entry 1547. 1547 was out of our yearling ram class, also our senior champion ram, Heritage Hill Y24, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve grand champion goes to 1550. Our junior champion, the junior champion out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Heritage Hill Y61, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. We are now ready to move into yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, please. Okay, here's your first Lincoln trivia question. The Big E hosted the 2022 National Lincoln Show. Who exhibited the best white Lincoln fleece and best headed white Lincoln on the same animal, a yearling ewe? Yep, it was Joe and Carol Haddock of Vermont.
super class of white yearling ewes out here this afternoon for the White Lincoln Show. I really like this ewe I'm starting with. I really like her style and her balance. Really correct on her feet and legs. Beautiful when you get your hands on her. Super out over her hip. Love the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. And a ewe that's got a nice fleece on her to boot. A ewe in second follows her most closely. She's really nice down the top. Not quite the pizzazz, not quite the front end as the ewe in second, but another really nice ewe. Maybe not quite as good down her top as that ewe in first, but another really nice ewe there in second. Ewe here in third, I really like when I get my hands on her. She is straight as a string down her top, beautiful out over her hip, correct on her feet and legs. As you can see, just not quite as much to her as the two ewes ahead of her, but a super kind of a Lincoln ewe there in third. Next ewe here in fourth, kind of the same thing, real pretty, just not quite as much to her as the ewes ahead of her. I'd maybe change her fleece a little bit. It's not one of my favorite fleeces in the class, but another really pretty, structurally correct, sound kind of a Lincoln ewe. Again, really appreciate her when you get your hands on her, down her top and out through her hip. Kind of the same thing here with the ewe in fifth, a little shorter sided, not quite as nice over her hips, but a ewe that's correct on her feet and legs and got a really nice fleece on her. Congratulations.
Next class is pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 1567, Heritage Hill Raider Y18, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ewe weighed 232. Second to 1566, Heritage Hill Raider Y17, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ewe weighing 217. Third to 1568, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 213. Fourth place to and first in the junior show to 1574, Gargus Girls 189, Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry 1565, Lydia Smith, Echo Ridge Flock, Greenwood, Delaware. Sixth place to 1570, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Seventh place, 1563, Lydia Smith, Echo Ridge Flock, Greenwood, Delaware. 8 to 1569, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 9 to 1564, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 10th, second in the junior show to 1571, Campbell 236155, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to 1577, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place to Lydia Smith, Echo Ridge Flock, Greenwood, Delaware. Third to Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 4 to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 5 to Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Now showing senior ewe lambs.
Another outstanding class of ewe lambs out here for the Lincoln Show. Really like this first two ewe lambs, and then we got some give and take here from there on out. But the ewe lamb I'm starting with, you can see just a beautiful ewe from the side profile, good on her feet and legs, really pretty from the front, really super down her top, square hip, straight topped, nice fleece on the ewe. I think a really nice ewe to start the class. Next ewe's a lot like her, maybe not quite as much Springer rib, but a ewe that you really like when you get your hands on her. She's a lot like the ewe in first, beautiful down her top, square hipped, a lot of thickness and muscling through her top, correct on her feet and legs, and a nice head on the ewe, and a good fleece. Then the next two ewes, as you can see, they're just not quite as long-sided, not quite as upstanding as the ewes in first and second, but ewes have got some thickness to them. They're correct on their feet and legs. They look like Lincolns, and decent fleeces on the ewe lambs. Really four nice ewes. The next ewe here in fifth, she's getting a little fat, a little heavy for me for a ewe lamb. She's a little shorter-sided. She's got a lot of Springer rib, but a lot of that's fat, I'm afraid. But ewe that's got a decent fleece on her. She's really correct on her feet and legs. Then these two you could mix and you could give and take here a little bit. The next ewe here in class, again, she's just not quite as thick down her top, not as much Springer rib as the ewes ahead of them. But again, a great class of ewe lambs.
Next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 1580, Heritage Hill Y38 Nikki Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 191. Second place to entry 1581, Wind Valley 2306 Willow Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 175. Third, first in the junior show to 1585, Gargus Girls 208, Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 136. 4, second in the junior show to entry 1584, Gargus Girls 209, Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to 1586, Lydia Smith, Echo Ridge Flock, Greenwood, Delaware. And sixth place to 1582, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Open Show Senior Champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 1567, Heritage Hill Raider Y18, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve senior champion went to entry 1580, first in the senior ewe lamb class, Heritage Hill Y38, Nikki Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs.
4 out here in the winter ewe lamb class. A really nice pair to start the class. The ewe in first, again, you got to admire for her structural correctness, breed character about the ewe. She's really beautiful down her top, really straight and square out through her hip that I really like, and a really nice fleece on the ewe. Same thing with the ewe in second, maybe not quite as nice down her top, not as much thickness, doesn't carry out quite as nice through her hip as the ewe in first, but a ewe that's really structurally correct and got some length of side to her and a nice fleece. The ewe lamb here in third, she shortens up quite a bit when you get your hands on her. I sure like the fleece on the ewe, like the breed character about the ewe, just not quite the length and size and scale as the two ewes ahead of her. Ewe lamb here in fourth, you could put in third if you wanted to. She's not quite as thick down her top. She doesn't have as much muscling all the way through. Maybe could change her fleece a little bit. She's a little spotted nose, but a really nice class of ewe lambs.
Next class is junior ewe lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 1587, Heritage Hill Y52 Darn, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 148. Second to entry 1588, Heritage Hill Y64C, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 146. Third to entry 1591, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 122. And forward at 1589, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Okay, at the 2008 Big E Lincoln Show, what Illinois breeder had the grand champion white Lincoln Ram? Very good. It was Beverly Boersma from Illinois. Okay, this one you have to go way back. At the 1998 Big E Lincoln Show, one breeder won every class. Who was that breeder? That's right, Bill and Cindy Bankhead. Amy, you didn't know that, did you? Somebody told you the answer, right? That's very nice, Jacob, that you did that for her.
Another nice class of ewe lambs. This ewe lamb that's winning the class wins pretty easily. She's a lot like the rest of the sheep they brought out today. Just beautiful when you get your hands on her. Nice fleece, structurally sound and correct. Ewe lamb here in second. It's a lot like her. She's not as thick as down her top. She's getting a little soft on that one back pastern. She's either going to be in second or in fifth, yeah. And I'm just going to leave her there today. She's long-sided, got a nice fleece, got some thickness to her. Next two ewe lambs here, they do shorten up quite a bit. Beautiful fleece on this ewe lamb here in third, but again, they shorten up, not quite as nice down their hips or on their back legs as the first two ewes ahead of them. I really like this ewe lamb down here in fifth too. If I could change her the way she walks off of her back legs, I really like the fleece on the ewe, the thickness down her top and the straightness down her top. She just needs a different pair of back legs today. Thanks.
Next class is pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the junior ewe lamb class, first place to 1594, Heritage Hill Y76 True Lie. Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 145. Second to entry 1592, Heritage Hill Y42 Sage. Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 125. Third to 1592, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, 129-pound U. 4 to 1596, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, and 5 to entry number 1597, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 4 to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion White ewe. Open Show Junior Champion ewe goes to entry 1594, the first place junior ewe lamb, Heritage Hill, Y76, Truly, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve champion went to entry 1587, first in the intermediate ewe lamb class, Heritage Hill, Y52, Darn, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Winner of this class, the National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association does present awards for the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Open Show Grand Champion ewe goes to entry 1567. That was our senior champion ewe out of the yearling ewe class, Heritage Hill Raider Y18, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve grand champion goes to 1580, our reserve senior champion ewe out of the senior ewe lamb class, Heritage Hill 38, Nikki. Also, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready to show for Junior Show Champion and Reserve Champion White U. For the Junior Show, our champion White U goes to entry 1574 out of the yearling U class. Gargis Girls 189, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Grand Champion to 1585 from the Senior U Lamb class. Gargis Girls 208, also Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Eva receives a $50 gift card sponsored by Boot Barn for having the Grand Champion U, plus the Junior Show Champion U from Joe and Carol Haddock of Vermont. And she got the award for the Reserve Champion. And that was sponsored by Ken Casavant Jr. of Massachusetts. We are now showing Exhibitor's Flock. This will be followed by Breeder's Flock, then Get of Sire. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place to Deborah Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second to Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Third to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now showing white breeders flock. Placing on it, first place to Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Second, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready for Get of Sire. Your next class is White Best Fleece. White Best Fleece, and then we'll do Best Headed. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place to Deborah Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place to Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And third place to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Again, we're showing Best White Fleece, then we'll show Best Headed. Now showing best-headed white Lincoln. Best-headed white Lincoln. Best-headed white Lincoln goes to entry number 1557 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class. Locust Grove, 1241, Dally. Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Best-headed white Lincoln goes to entry number 1567. Goes to 1547, Heritage Hill, Y24. Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. At this point, we need 15 minutes to reset the table with the awards, but at this time, we need Debbie Moore to come out to the ring, please. And we want to congratulate Debbie Moore from Maryland for winning both the Premier Exhibitor Award and the Premier Breeder Award for the White Lincoln Show.
Nice yearling ram here to start the natural colored Lincoln show. A ram you sure like the style and balance about him, the correctness of his feet and legs. I really like this ram when he gets on the move. He holds himself together really well. He's got a lot of style and balance about him. It's ram in second, not quite as long sided when you view him from the side. Doesn't track quite as nice when you watch him on the move, but nice pair of rams to start the show with.
Now ready for senior ram lambs. Placing on the class of natural colored yearling rams, first place to 1612, double L 2207, Deborah Vanderwyn. Greenwood, Delaware, that ram weighing 256 pounds. Second place to 1614, Wool Hollow 2219, Carolyn Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont, that ram weighing 225.
Really nice class out here in a natural colored fall buck lamb class. I really like the buck I'm starting with. As you can see, he stands on a beautiful set of feet and legs. I like the style and the balance about him. Really nice about his front end. Got a really nice top, good hip to him, and a nice fleece. Ram in second, he's a lot like the ram in first. He's not quite as nice when you get your hands on him down over his top, not quite as straight and strong behind his shoulders, but another nice ram there in second. Next two rams are a lot alike. They both kind of break behind their shoulders a little bit for me. They're not quite as straight down their tops as the two rams ahead of them. Maybe not quite the bone as the two rams ahead of them. But rams that have nice fleeces on them and got some length aside and something to them. Next two rams, they're just not the size and scale as the rams ahead of him. Maybe not quite as correct on their feet and legs as some of the rams in the class.
Next class is for senior champion and reserve senior champion natural colored ram. Placings on the class of senior ram lambs. First place entry 1615, Wind Valley 2311, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 195. Second, first in the junior show, to entry 1616, Wind Valley 2309, Huey, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 176. Third to 1618, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 160. Fourth to 1617, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. 5 to 1620, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And sixth place to entry 1619, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire.
A fairly close placing out here for your senior champion ram. Really like both of these rams. Different things about them. They're maybe not quite as similar as sometimes, but I think a nice pair of rams for your senior champion. Today I'm going to use the yearling buck for your senior and the fall buck for your reserve.
Open show senior champion natural colored ram goes to entry 1612. The first place yearling ram, Double L 2207, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. The reserve senior champion to 1615. First in the senior ram lamb class, Wind Valley 2311, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs.
A super class of buck lambs out here for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show. Really like the top end of this class. The ram I'm starting with, beautiful when you get your hands on him. Great down his top, square hipped. Like the way his neck comes out of his shoulders. He's correct on his feet and legs. He's got some bone about him and a structurally correct kind of a ram. Ram in second, he's a lot like him, just maybe not as far along. He doesn't handle with as much thickness when you get your hands on him. I do like the bone on him a little bit nicer than here than the ram in third. Ram in second, super square hipped, and a ram I think that's got a good future ahead of him. He's got some length aside too when you view him from the side. Ram in third, he's a little bit finer in his bone work I think than the two rams ahead of him. A little shorter sided when you get your hands on him. Not quite as nice right behind his shoulders as the two rams ahead of him. Little ram here in fourth, again not the size and scale. You sure like the correctness about the ram, the straightness down his top, the fleece on the ram. Next two rams, they just get a little shorter sided, maybe not quite as nice down their tops as the rams ahead of them, but a really nice class from top to bottom.
Next class is Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place to 1622, Win Valley 2331, Whistle Pig, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second to entry number 1623, Win Valley 2335, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 155. Third to 1621, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 141. 4 to entry 1625, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 5 to entry number 1624, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 6th place to entry 1626, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware.
A nice class of natural colored buck lambs out here for the Lincoln show this afternoon. The buck lamb here I'm starting with, I think he's the most structurally correct ram in the class. He doesn't really want to be out here when this young lady gets him set up, and he quits fighting. He really looks good. I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulders. He's well balanced. He's got some style about him. Really good when you get your hands on him. Ram in second's a lot like him, maybe not quite the bone work, not quite as heavy a boned as the ram in first. Not quite as nice down his top. He tends to break right behind his shoulders a little bit, more so than the ram in first, but another structurally correct, sound kind of a ram with a nice fleece. Next ram here in third, he's a lot like the two. Ahead of him, he doesn't have quite as much thickness and muscling down his top, not quite the nicest fleece on him. Sure like the front end on the ram. I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulders, correct on his feet and legs. Next two rams, I really like the fleece on this ram here in fourth. Beautiful luster and shine to it. I really like the fleece. Not quite as nice on his feet and legs as the rams ahead of him. He does have some length aside. That's what's getting him over here. And straightness more a little bit nicer in his hip than the ram here in fifth. Ram again, not quite as nice on his feet and legs, not quite as long-sided as the rams ahead of him, but really nice top five in this class.
Now ready for pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 1631, Wind Valley 2345, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 151. Second place to 1627, Silver Hill Farm 2310, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 132. Third place to 1632, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 143. 4 to 1634, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 5 to 1633, Joe and Carol Haddock. Sixth place to entry 1630, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 7 to 1628, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the pair ram lambs, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second to Ronald Miller, Bern, Pennsylvania. Third, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 4, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 5, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion. Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to entry 1622. First in the Intermediate Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2331 Whistle Pig. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Champion to 1631. Out of the first place in the Junior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2345 Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now showing for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers awards to the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Open Show Grand Champion Ram was our junior champion, 1622. 1622 was our first place intermediate Ram Lamb, Wind Valley 2331 Whistle Pig. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Open Show Reserve Grand Champion was 1612, our senior champion, the first place yearling Ram, Double L 2207 Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready to show for Junior Show Champion Ram, so we'll need that entry from Peter Priest out in the ring, please. And our Junior Show Champion Natural Colored goes to entry 1616 out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2309 Huey. Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. He receives a $50 gift card from Boot Barn, and he also receives an award from West Lincoln's from New York. We are now ready to move to early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes, those animals born September 22nd through and including the 16th day of February. Early yearling ewes, natural colored Lincolns.
But our natural colored yearling ewe class 1 out here. The ewe I'm going to start with, I think she's more of a combination ewe out here in the class. I really love her side profile, her style, her balance. Correct on her feet and legs, the best handling ewe in the class. She's the thickest out through her hip, nicest down her top. I do wish she had a little tick more bone, especially when you view her from the front. If she had a little bit more bone, she'd win in this class pretty easily. But I think, like I said, she's a combination ewe. I like her fleece better than the ewe in second here. This ewe in second, I mean, she's a tremendously thick, muscled kind of ewe. I sure like that about her. Really good down her top. She's a little bit shorter when you get your hands on her, and don't like her fleece quite as well. And she's got quite a bit more condition than the ewe in first. So I think it makes it look like she's got a little bit more Springer rib, but she is quite a bit heavier condition than the ewe in first. Ewe in third, again, a ewe I really like the profile of, the structural correctness. Not quite as thick as the 2 ewes ahead of her, and I'd sure like to change her fleece a little bit about her, but a ewe that you sure would like for the structural correctness and the style and balance when you view her from the side. The ewe in third, a really good topped ewe, really thick and straight, and especially out through her hip, like the fleece on the ewe. Just not the extension, not the length as the 3 ewes ahead of her, but a nice kind of a ewe there in fourth. Kind of the same thing here with the next ewe in class. Nice kind of a ewe, just as you can see, she doesn't have the size and the scale, the style and the balance as the 4 ewes ahead of her, but a nice correct kind of a Lincoln ewe.
Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the natural colored Lincoln show. First place goes to entry number 1647, Wind Valley 2230, Sassy. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 205. Second place to entry number 1641, Wind Valley 2203, Carly. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 218. Third place to entry 1645, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 194. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to 1646, Campbell 201 133, Zoe Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. 5 to entry number 1642, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 6 to entry 1643, Christina Weston. 7 to entry 1644, Adriana Alejandro, Ringe, New Hampshire. 8, second in the junior show to 1649, Campbell 230152, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. 9, third in the junior show to 1651, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Now showing late yearling ewes, our second class of yearling ewes. Okay, here's your first trivia question during the natural colored version. In 2022, last year, during the National Lincoln Show, Wind Valley Farm of Massachusetts was on a roll. They had champion and reserve champion natural colored Lincoln Rams and champion natural colored Lincoln Ewe. But a New York breeder took the reserve champion natural colored Lincoln Ewe honor. Who was that breeder? And Deb got that answer right away. It was Emily West.
Well, I'll be the first to admit nothing really struck out and struck me in this, or stuck out and struck me in this class when they walked in, as we did in the last class. Again, the ewe I'm starting with is kind of a combination ewe. I think she puts it more nicely together than anything else in the class. She's the most structurally correct. Really great down her top. She's got a nice fleece. She's got a lot of natural thickness and muscling. She's the most stylish and well-balanced ewe, I think, in the class. Next ewe in second here, she's not quite as nice when you get your hands on her. She's not quite as nice right behind her shoulders. Doesn't hold herself together quite so much when you watch him on the move. Maybe not quite as nice a fleece as the ewe that we have in second. Ewe here in third, another ewe that's good when you get your hands on her. Just not quite the thickness and muscling that the ewes that are ahead of her, not quite the style and balance of the two ewes ahead of her, but a nice kind of a ewe. Next ewe here, a ewe that is got the natural thickness and muscling you like to see. Like to change her on her back legs to get her any higher. Next ewe, again, not quite as much thickness and muscling down her top, not quite the structural correctness as the ewes ahead of her.
Next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Placing on Group 2 of our yearling ewes, our late class, first place goes to entry number 1657, Locust Grove 1206, Patrina. Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 205. Second place, first in the junior show, is entry 1653, Wind Valley 2247, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 207. Third to entry 1648, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Tennessee, that ewe weighing 166. 4 to 1658, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Fifth, second in the junior show to 1652, Wind Valley Farm, 2248, Shiitake. Chloe Grauer, Windham, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry number 1656, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 7, third in the junior show, 1654, Chloe Grauer, Windham, Connecticut. 8th place to entry number 1655, Adriana Alejandro, Rindge, New Hampshire. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes. First place goes to Winn Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, 1664, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Third, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 4, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fifth place to Adriano Alejandro, Rindge, New Hampshire. Sixth place, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 7, Chloe Grauer, Windham, Connecticut.
A really nice fall ewe lamb class out here. There's really not a bad ewe lamb out here all the way down on the bottom. Really shouldn't feel too bad about being on the bottom. Really a good class all the way through. First few lambs up here, the ewe lamb I'm starting with, style and balance is what I like when I'm showing a sheep, and she's got some style and balance. I like the way when you view her from the side, how her neck comes out of her shoulders, correct on her feet and legs. The nicest handling ewe in the class. She's the thickest top, hardest handling ewe in the class. A little more thick and correct out through her hip than the ewe lamb here in second. That's another good, hard handling, correct kind of a ewe lamb. Really nice pair of ewe lambs to start the class. Ewe lamb in third, again, she gets not quite as flashy as the two ewe lambs ahead of her. Not quite the thickness down her top, but another nice fleece, correct kind of a ewe lamb. Next ewe lamb, kind of the same thing. She's just given up some natural thickness and muscling down her top. It breaks behind her shoulders a little bit more than maybe the three ewes ahead of her, but another correct, nice kind of a ewe. Same thing here with the next ewe in class. I'd like to see her walk a little bit nicer when I watch her move out, and she's not really showing the best today, but a ewe lamb that's structurally, when they get her set, sound, and got a lot of natural thickness and muscling. The same thing with the next ewe lamb, just a really nice class from top to bottom.
Next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion natural colored ewe. Peter Priest, we need your second place late yearling ewe, entry 1653.
There goes Jill, charging through the crowd.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 1669, Wind Valley 2316, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 155. Second place to entry 1674, Lean 2266, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. That ewe weighing 178. Third place, first in the junior show, to Harris 0563, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 167. Fourth place, second in the junior show, to 1670, Harris 0562, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 5 to entry 1673, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. 6th, third in the junior show, to 1672, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Our open show senior champion natural colored ewe goes to entry number 1647 out of the early yearling ewe class, Wind Valley 2230, Sassy. Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve senior champion to the first place out of the senior ULAM class, 1669, Win Valley, 2316, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready for intermediate ULAMs.
Super class of ewe lambs out here again for the natural colored show. I really like the ewe lamb I'm starting with. She's got the style and balance that I like, structural correctness, got adequate fleece on her, beautiful handling down her top. She's the straightest, strongest, most muscular ewe when you get your hands on her, straight and thick out through her hip. Nice kind of a ewe to start the class. Ewe lamb in second's a lot like her, tends to get a little bit shorter especially when you view her from the side and you get your hands on her. But she's really thick handling ewe that's standing on a nice set of feet and legs. Another nice ewe in second. Ewe lamb in third, not quite as nice when you get your hands on her. She breaks behind her shoulders a little bit. Not quite as nice as uniform fleece as the two ewes ahead of her. But a ewe that you like the way her neck comes out of her shoulders. She stands on a nice set of feet and legs. Ewe lamb here in third. As you can see, the next two ewe lambs are giving up some size and scale and length of body. Ewe lamb in fourth, she's really thick handling down her top. Like to lengthen her out a little bit. Maybe if she had a little bit more wool on her. I think she's trimmed pretty tight. But another really pretty ewe lamb that's standing on a nice set of feet and legs. The ewe lamb in fifth, I really like when I get my hands on her. Just when you view her from the side, she tends to get quite a bit shorter than the ewe lambs above her, but a really nice fleece on that ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Our next class will be junior ewe lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs, first place to entry 1678, Win Valley Y 2334, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 141. Second place to entry 1681, Hayes 322, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That ewe weighing 135. Third to entry number 1679, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 143. Fourth place to 1677, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 1682, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Sixth place to entry 1676, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Jersey. And 7 to entry 1675, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Jersey. So here's another trivia question. The Big E's been fortunate enough to host several of the National Lincoln shows. And in 2013, at that National Lincoln show here, who exhibited the Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram? They are not showing here this year. And the answer to that question was Mindy Reed.
The late ewe lamb class out here. I'm going to start with definitely not the biggest ewe in the class. I think she's probably got the most potential of anything out here in the class. I really like her youthfulness. She's really correct. She's really good down her top. She's just not far along maybe as some of the others. But a ewe, I think that she's got a good future ahead of her. Like I said, I like her style and her balance and her structural correctness, and I think fits in good for a late ewe lamb. Ewe lamb here in second, another nice ewe lamb. She's really good down her top, structurally correct. Maybe not quite the style and balance as I see as the ewe lamb in first, but another ewe that really fits well there in second. Ewe here in third, I really like when she walked out. Again, like some of your other sheep, when you get them on the side, they tend to get a little shorter sided than the two ahead of you. She got a little bit more wool on her probably than the two ewes ahead of her, so she looks a little more massive. But a ewe that you sure would like for her structural correctness and her fleece. Another nice ewe lamb here in third. The next ewe lamb, she kind of given up that natural thickness and muscling as the ewes ahead of her. But another nice structurally correct kind of a ewe lamb, another nice ewe lamb in fourth. Ewe lamb here in fifth, again, maybe not quite the muscling as the ewes ahead of her, not quite as nice a fleece probably as the ewes ahead of them, but another nice pretty ewe lamb when you view her from the side. Same thing with the ewe lamb here down at the end of the line. She's just lacking the natural thickness and muscling as the ewes ahead of her.
Our next class will be pair of natural colored ewe lambs. Placing on the Junior ULAM class, first place to 1683, Silver Hill Farm 2309, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania, that U weighing 115. Second to 1685, Wind Valley 2346, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that U weighing 137. Third to 1684, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, that U weighing 125. Fourth, 1686, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Fifth, 1687, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. And sixth to 1689, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Final question for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show. At the 2018 Northeast Regional Lincoln Show at the Big E, who was awarded Natural Colored Lincoln Premier Breeder Honors? Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second, Ronald Miller, Burnville, Pennsylvania. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 4, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. And 5, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Now ready to show for Open Show Junior Champion, Natural Colored Ewe, and Reserve Junior Champion. And the answer to that last trivia question was Wind Valley Farm of Massachusetts. Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Ewe, went to our first place intermediate ewe lamb, 1678, Wind Valley Y2334, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve junior champion was our junior ewe lamb class winner, 1683, Silver Hill Farm, 2309, Ronald Miller, Bern, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for open show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Ewe. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers awards to the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewes. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association also offers awards later on whenever we get to the Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder for the Natural Colored.
The Lincoln exhibitors, a nice round of applause. Really a nice Lincoln show in the whites and the natural coloreds. Quality from top to bottom, and they're presented nicely and shown nicely, and a nice show for your national show. Today I'm going to use the two senior champions for your champion in reserve.
Open show grand champion ewe goes to 1647 out of the early class of yearling ewes, Wind Valley 2230 Sassy, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The open show reserve grand champion to 1669. 1669 was first in the senior ewe lamb class, Wind Valley 2316, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. We now need to show for junior show champion and reserve champion ewe. In this junior show championship, the champion will receive a $50 gift card from Boot Barn. Chloe Grauer. Our junior champion went to 1671, first place for the junior show in the senior ewe lamb class, Harris 0563, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. The reserve junior show champion, 1646, out of the early yearling ewe class, Campbell 201133, Zoe Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Next class is Exhibitor's Flock. Our junior show champion, natural colored Lincoln Ewe exhibitor, also received an award from Mayett Bee Farm of Tennessee. And our reserve champion, an award from Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Placing on the exhibitor's flock, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 4, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Now showing exhibit breeder's flock. Now ready for get of sire. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place to Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Next class will be Best Fleece Natural Colored Animal. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Ronald Miller, Bern, Pennsylvania. Third place, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. And 4, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Again, now ready for Best Fleece. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association does offer the awards for the best headed natural colored Lincoln. They also offer the award for the Natural Colored Premier Exhibitor and Breeder Award. Any Lincoln exhibitor that did not receive their memento for the national show, we do have them up here in the tub right next to the announcer stand. We encourage you to come and get one after the show. And our best fleeced animal went to entry number 1649 out of the early yearling U class, Campbell 230-152, Emily Amons of Chelsea, Vermont. Now showing for best headed natural colored Lincoln. And Darlene, don't run off. Best fleece or best headed natural colored Lincoln goes to entry 1647, Wind Valley 2230, Sassy, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. And Darlene, if you'll come out here, we'd like to present the Premier Exhibitor Award, Premier Breeder Award to Wind Valley Farm of Massachusetts for the National Lincoln Natural Colored Show. That does conclude our National Lincoln Show and the shows that are in the ring today. Our judge has been Sarah Kuykendall of Wisconsin.